Since 1985. That was when Super Mario Bros. Came out. 1999 is when Super Mario Bros. Deluxe came out. This is Doc Phoenix playing all the Marios, and this is the Game Boy Color remake of Super Mario Bros. With a hell of a lot of features. So, we've got, all sorts of things. You just, look at some shit. Toy box. We got a toy box with a calendar. We can go on the calendar and, look at the years on the calendar.
Oh, it's Y2K compliant.
Yeah. It's, okay, it cannot go up to 3,000.
But you can go to the year 1,000.
To $29.99. No, it does go up to 3,000. 3,000 is the largest year it allows. Look at that. Now you can put marks on the calendar for, the different things you want to mark your calendar with.
Yeah.
There's all these icons.
New day. E-new day.
You put in a label on the thing.
End date.
This is the end of time. There we go. There! Now we have marked this as the end of time.
And you can print it if you have a Game Boy printer.
the Game Boy printer. There's just a lot of connectivity things you can do with the Game Boy printer. Anyway, that's the calendar. Now let's do some fortune telling.
What?
I'm lucky! Boxes may contain clues to the quest.
What quest?
So there's just a little, you can do fortune telling. You can do fortune telling. Oh, extremely lucky! Kindness given is returned tenfold.
Is it just like a...
It's just a little goofy...
Just a fortune?
Yeah, it's like a fortune cookie thing, almost. Okay. Except if you manage to get extremely lucky, which I got luckily on the second try, if you then start a new game, you will have 5 extra lives. You saw a little 5-up show up.
Uh-huh.
So, we'll see that when I start. And here's an album. It's blank.
Oh.
There's a lot of things that we can potentially fill this album with. And whoops, it pressed B twice. But hey, we've got records too. Look at these records. Look at all these scores. Luigi's the best.
Well, we all know that.
And we got scores for each of the individual stages. And we've got a versus, challenge, and the original. So, challenge we can't really do anything with until we've unlocked stuff through the original. And versus requires Link, which is going to require a lot of extra setup to do. I'll do that at some point. But, let's jump into original 1985 game. And we've got a little world map, and you can see I've got 10 whole lives, because I got lucky.
Extremely lucky.
So, it's Super Mario Brothers. We saw, this is the game, this is 1-1. It's slightly different and weird because this is a Game Boy screen, which can't really fit the whole
Yeah, I was gonna
thing.
say the aspect ratio is a little off.
Yeah, but, let's see, where it is. There we go. But yeah, it's Super Mario Brothers. And here we have Super Mario Brothers. So, I was thinking, since a lot of this is going to be, retreading shit that we've seen several times? Not exactly. This is only the second time that we've actually seen Super Mario Brothers.
Right.
But, I was figuring, since we're going to kind of be retreading old ground here, this game doesn't really have its own story. We can take this opportunity to give, a full retread of what the full story is. Because, a lot of the things were, we figured out plot things that were happening in the games after we finished playing them, or, later games revised our understanding of the world of things, so, there's a lot of stuff that we've kind of figured out and come up with that we haven't explicitly said on video in a nice, easy, clear format. So that's what I'm thinking we can do for this game. And whoops. But yeah. So everything started back when Mario was a baby. which...
is where everything went wrong, really.
Yeah! That's what Kamek would say. That's what the Koopa Kingdom would say. So, Kamek, the Infant King's Bowser's guardian, advisor, regent, caretaker, foresaw that 2 babies would be born that, when they grew up, would cause great trouble for the Koopa clan. And so decided to try kidnapping them to alter the future. This didn't work. Yoshi's got involved. Fuck. Yeah, this didn't work. Because the Kamek only managed to grab one of the babies, and Yoshi's grabbed the other baby, and they used the psychic link between the 2 babies to find the other baby, and they tore across the island slaying Koopa troops left and right, and found the castle, and beat up Bowser, and rescued baby Luigi, and then Kamek fled with baby Bowser to the moon. There's a lot of stuff that happened in Mario's childhood that we haven't really gotten to yet. I know there's a lot more adventures that baby Mario and Luigi end up having at some point.
But we've seen Mario's early days.
Mario's early years was not actually Mario's early years. That we'll get to. You're jumping ahead.
Okay.
You're jumping ahead to the early years. So, what am I thinking? What am I doing? I'm splitting my focus between some things here, but, so yeah, there's a lot of adventures that baby Mario and Luigi are gonna end up having that we haven't seen yet. But, for the moment, our understanding of the timeline is that at some point, Smash Castle. At some point, the babies moved to Earth, because they grew up in the Mushroom Kingdom. Or they were born, their parents were in the Mushroom Kingdom. They were delivered by Stork to their parents in the Mushroom Kingdom. But at some point, they moved to Earth. And Luigi went and got a job in a bottling factory, and Mario got a job as a carpenter, and things were okay for a while until a gorilla attacked. Then that is when Donkey Kong showed up from the jungle with a kidnapped woman, Pauline, and brought her up to the top of Mario's work site. And Mario wanted to rescue her. He wanted to be a big hero. And he did. He climbed up the work site and saved the girl and beat up the gorilla and put the gorilla in a cage. But then, that was a violation of workplace safety regulations. He should have left it to the proper authorities, and he was fired.
So, he kind of started a zoo, I guess?
He decided to, like, he no longer had a job, but he did have a giant gorilla in a cage. So he kind of, I don't know what he was thinking, some kind of animal taming gig or something. He was kind of a supervillain. He got a secret hideout somewhere, like off in the jungle, I think. But, yeah, the gorilla's kid, Donkey Kong Jr., eventually showed up to find his father, who never came back from the city. And, he tracked down Mario and almost murdered Mario, and rescued Donkey Kong, and they got off, and then Mario had nothing left, not even a giant gorilla. So, then Mario, with no job, no gorilla, no nothing, he decided his days of being a supervillain were over. He went back to the city, back to New York, and he spoke with his brother. And his brother suggested, hey, maybe get a job with me at the bottling factory. It's a pretty good job. It's nice, it's stable, it's not too hard. So he does. He goes and gets a job at the bottling factory. And then he realizes, while he's there, that it's kind of unsafe working conditions. After nearly being murdered by a gorilla, he has a much greater appreciation for mortal dangers and a much greater interest in safety. So he notices that there's some unsafe practices going on in the bottling factory. And he brings them up to management, but management doesn't want to deal with that. I mean, fixing this stuff would cost a lot of money. And they don't like it when people show up and try to rock the boat like that. So Mario he's not letting up. He's complaining about the safety issues. He's suggesting that maybe he's going to bring him up to OSHA and other regulatory boards. And that's when the bosses decide that they need to get rid of this guy. So they start basically sabotaging Mario, and by extension Luigi, because they were working in the same factory line. They started speeding up production until they just couldn't keep up. It was just completely unreasonable. And after a while, they couldn't keep up. They started dropping product, breaking bottles, and so the bosses used that as an excuse to fire both of them. So, with no jobs now, Luigi went off and started a plumbing business. Became an independent plumber. Mario went to find another job. He ended up at a cement factory. And the cement factory was so much worse than the bottling plant in terms of safety. They had, like, conveyors. The elevators had no safety rails. The cement dumping could overflow easily onto the cement truck drivers. People were getting injured left and right. It was terrible. So he was absolutely all on top of just getting this place written up and shut down. And of course, the bosses there, they quickly saw that he was gonna be a problem, and they also sabotaged him in the same way. This, I guess, was a common thing in New York at the time. Blue-collar jobs in the 80s. I can believe that. But, yeah, and that Mario kind of got a reputation as a whistleblower, an OSHA whistleblower, after doing that at 2 different job sites. So, he couldn't find a job after that. He was having some real trouble getting any work afterwards. So, then, again, he saw his brother saying he couldn't find another job, and Luigi's like, you know, I'm being a plumber. I started this plumbing business. It's going all right. And it should be a plumber with me. And that's when Mario became a plumber. The one and only time that Mario has ever actually been a plumber, for this brief period with his brother. And they lucked out hard and got a contract with the city to maintain the city sewers. So, they're down in the sewers, they're doing their work, and monsters show up. There's just these friggin' monster turtles and crabs and flies and just weird shit going on. And, so they've got to fight these monsters in the sewers. And, because, I mean, they've got to maintain the sewers, that's their job, that's what they have on the contracts. The contracts probably didn't stipulate monsters, but, they're hardworking folks. They did the job. They wanted to make sure that everything was working. So, they saved the day, they beat up the monsters, they saved the city. The city rewards them, everyone's happy. And this got the attention of some folks high up that, Mario got drafted. Luigi was going to be drafted, but he managed to fail his, physical. So, just being such a great hero, Mario was picked to be... Like, they decided they want this great hero, this monster killer, to go onto the front lines and be a commander and, you know, help out our squads that are having some trouble on the front. That's when Mario went to war. He kind of got fast-tracked through the training and didn't get much training when he wound up on the front at leading the worst squad ever. And through a combination of incompetence and, once again, poor safety practices, there were a number of friendly fire incidents with grenades, and Mario wound up somewhat injured, shell-shocked, and court-martialed. So, Mario returns home from the war. Luigi is still being a plumber, but Mario, he's not ready to go back to the sewers that potentially will have more monsters in them. Because, of course, you know, the expectation is that there's still going to be monsters in the sewers. That's Luigi's making some hard bank off of the threat of monsters returning. So they've got Mario's not ready to go back into the sewers. So he's trying to relax. He's trying to take some time off. He takes up golf. He gets a gig as a tennis referee. He's just kind of relaxing, doing some sports. Then he, like, before too long, he's itching to get back to work. He's had his time, he gets to relax. Golf is expensive, he doesn't have a whole lot of money. So he gets a job on a wrecking crew. Once again, though, he runs into issues with management. That, the wrecking crew site is bizarre. It's got these weird wrench monsters and, like, fire showing up randomly and eggplant men, and he doesn't know what the hell to make of this, but it's definitely not safe. So, once again, he starts, threatening to, you know, bring down OSHA and safety regulations on the site. But the foreman, his boss there, Foreman Spike, he's not just going to try and sabotage Mario and make him go away. He wants to kill Mario. He actively starts trying to kill Mario by, like, dropping walls on him with his sledgehammer, throwing the wrench things around, because the wrench things were actually Foreman Spike's minions. So we discovered that something that I haven't explicitly stated here yet, that Foreman Spike, I believe, is a roboticist who was never taken seriously because of his lack of formal education and blue-collar roots. And so he's got all of, like, these robot wrench things and eggplant things, and he uses them in his demolitions work. And so he's using them against Mario now. And so Mario decides to tough it out. He is fighting back, he's doing his job, breaking all of the shit, and thwarting Spike and his wrenches, his gotcha wrenches, and everything is going pretty alright, but eventually it's just too much. Mario just can't keep this shit up. He quits. Or he gets fired, that's not entirely clear. But, Mario is out of the wrecking crew. What happens next? I'm trying to remember.
Is this where Super Mario Bros. Happens?
I believe before that, his,
Or did Mario drive around the country for a while?
No, that was definitely after Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, I think Super Mario Brothers does happen in that time. Just after the wrecking crew. That, he gets approached by Toad, an emissary from the Mushroom Kingdom seeking help, because they have been conquered by Bowser. And, the people of the Mushroom Kingdom have all been transformed into bricks and rocks and trees and shrubs. And their kingdom's been taken over, and the only one who could break the spell is the princess, Peach Toadstool. And she is held captive by Bowser in his castle. So, Toad is off trying to find a hero, and he hears about Mario's heroism in the sewers, and Toad realizes that the monsters he fought in the sewers were Bowser's troops that must have wound up lost in the warp pipe to Earth.
Because there's a warp pipe to Earth.
Oh yeah, that's how Mario gets between Earth and the Mushroom Kingdom. Wow, I'm doing poorly.
Mm-hmm.
But,
And that's where the story ends.
Okay. But I can continue from the same world. So, as I was saying, Toad finds the hero Mario and asks for help, and Mario's like, fuck yeah, this sounds great. Being a hero, that sounds like the job for me. And so he goes off to the Mushroom Kingdom, and that's what we see here, is when he was in the Mushroom Kingdom, saving the Mushroom Kingdom from Bowser's invading forces. Well, occupying forces at this point. And, then he eventually does. Spoilers. He saves the day. And saves the princess, and the spell gets broken, and the Mushroom Kingdom is saved, and he is the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom. Then he goes home. Because, like, he doesn't have a place in the Mushroom Kingdom. It's this weird magic land, and he may not even remember having grown up there. It may have been that they moved out when he was still a kid. So, it's not really... He's got a home in New York. So he goes back, but, he's itching for adventure. He does, however, come back with a heap of gold. Because he's got all these gold coins that he's finding.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, He kind of ends up being like a celebrity, because, like, suddenly this guy, who is still kind of known as the hero from, saving the sewers of New York, and he shows up with this heap of gold. He just kind of becomes a celebrity, because wealthy people are celebrities on Earth. That just happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a celebrity, he starts getting, like, weird celebrity gigs. Like, he gets a gig as a boxing referee for a while. And even, like, referees for such big names as Mike Tyson and Little Mac. And that was a good time that he had. Before too long, he's kind of itching for more adventure, though. He's itching for thrills. And that's where things start going kind of wrong. The first thing he does is he decides to be a Formula One race car driver. Now, you can't normally just decide to be a Formula One race car driver, but, the corrupt officials there were willing to humor him if he paid them enough money, and so he did. And, they just gave him, like, a little funny car to drive on the tracks. Not an actual F1 race car, just, like, a shitty go-kart or something that they told him was an F1 race car. But he actually managed to do pretty well. And, before too long, they decided, okay, we can't keep this up. We gotta just throw him out. And so they threw him out of the Formula One racing circuit. They stopped humoring him. And then he couldn't scratch that itch. He started getting into drugs. He started getting into hard drugs. And, driving rally races while supremely high. Now, Luigi was very concerned and ended up, kind of coming with him on these races just to watch him, just to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. But, while Mario is in this downward spiral, he has a dream. A bizarre dream. a shared dream with his brother, Luigi, the Princess Peach Toadstool, and her attendant Toad. They all have this dream of Subcon, the world of dreams, which is in peril because it's been taken over by the evil Wart and his gang of the 8-bits. So, in the dream, they go and they save the dream world, and they beat up Wart, who Mario finds strangely familiar. So... kind of running out of steam here. Also feeling like I need to focus a bit more on...
Yeah, the game's getting hard. You're like halfway through.
Yep. But, yeah, so, something that we haven't mentioned. At some point in Mario's childhood, some nebulous point, he has a rival named Wario. Except Wario... okay, Wario is always getting him in trouble, somehow. But Wario's not real. Wario is like this imagined thing that this some kind of weird nebulous dream imp that is that's been tormenting him. And he's a kid, he's a little kid, he can't really tell the difference between the dream world and real world. So, but this was only when they were used very little in the Mushroom Kingdom. Once they moved out of the Mushroom Kingdom to Earth, he stopped dreaming of Wario. His connection to the magical realms weakened. And as a result, Wario kind of stopped taking on Mario's appearance and shifted back into kind of just this nebulous dream thing. And eventually became Wart. This weird frog thing. And he had a gang and managed to take over Subcon and capture the people. But then Mario shows up in the dreams and beats the crap out of him. And this reawakens the link between them. And so Wario starts taking on Mario's appearance again. Now, while that's going on, after they've saved the dream world, after Subcon is rescued, Mario realizes that this kind of adventure is kind of what he needs. So he goes back off to the Mushroom Kingdom, and just to get back there and get in touch with things. And as it happens, he is needed as a hero again, because Bowser has taken over the various other countries, the various other lands of the Mushroom Kingdom. Each of which has their own king, and transformed them into various creatures, and left his Koopalings, his lieutenants in charge of the various kingdoms. So when Mario gets back, he jumps straight back into adventure, and
really good at landing in that head.
Mario gets straight back into adventure, and he goes off to save the kings and defeat the Koopalings and undo these transformations. So, while he is off doing that, Bowser slips into the Mushroom Kingdom and captures the princess again, so then at the end, after he's rescued all of the kings, he goes and rescues the princess again.
From Bowser's Dark World.
Yep. At this point, now he has saved the kingdom twice. The princess kind of has to reward him heavily. She gives him a noble title and land with a castle. So Mario has his own castle. That's some good times. And then he kind of starts leading a double life between the Mushroom Kingdom and Earth. He's still a celebrity on Earth, and he's still going to take advantage of his celebrity on Earth. He ends up kind of being a bit of a sellout for a while. That, he starts, like, just selling his likeness and also the likenesses of the people around him, like his brother and the princess and Bowser and such. But, he sells his likeness to all sorts of things. And,
Like
that's...
pharmaceuticals.
Well, that was something different. That was for the Mushroom Kingdom. I'll get to that in a moment. But, no, things like, say, educational software. That's what Mario's early years was. This was like a children's game thing that he sold his likeness to. He was not actually in it. There were actors playing him in the title, but, he sold his likeness and that of all the various peoples who he had been involved with in his adventures. And also his brother, because he's kind of a jerk. Mario's kind of a jerk. Really? Did you know that?
Yeah.
But, anyway, while he's off doing this, he has a... The Mushroom Kingdom ends up having a pandemic. This just happens. It's not really related to anything. But, there is a need for people to get vaccines. As we know, people don't necessarily get vaccines when they should in a pandemic. But, so the people of the Mushroom Kingdom weren't getting vaccinated as they should. So, Mario ended up being hired by the princess to do, like, a PSA. And he played a doctor, and basically did commercial spots as a doctor to convince people, because he's the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom, and everyone's gonna do what the hero does and get their vaccines, and that's how they beat the pandemic.
Thanks, Dr. Mario.
And then there was, Mario got, news from another place in the Mushroom World, far off Sarasaland, that their princess had been kidnapped by some evil creature, an alien named Tatanga. And so Mario goes off to Sarasaland to save their princess. And that is another adventure that Mario had. Yeah, so he saves Sarasaland from the Tatanka and saves Princess Daisy. And while he's there, he partakes of some local sport, some bizarre sport. Bizarre brick breaker sport. And he was gone for so long that when he gets back, he finds his castle has been stolen by none other than his childhood nemesis, Wario. And he has to travel all around the land surrounding his castle to find the 6 golden coins that had been used to lock the castle away. And so he does. He goes around, he finds the coins, and he opens the castle, and he confronts Wario and beats up Wario. And, gets his castle back. And Wario was in this weird, like, bulbous form, as he was kind of halfway between his wart form and the resumption of his Mario doppelganger form. But, you know, at this point, he's kind of completely escaped the Dream Realm. He kind of had to in order to steal the castle. But, yeah, Wario, through his connection with Mario, just wound up escaping the Dream Realm completely. And, after a second confrontation with Mario at the castle, he takes on the form that we all know as modern Wario. Let's see. Then, after all of this shit, Mario gets back to the Mushroom Kingdom. He's on his way back to just relax at home. They're gonna have, like, a vacation, but, the princess is kidnapped again. And Bowser has taken over Dinosaur Land, which is a place in the Mushroom World. And he has locked away all of the Yoshis. Because, you see, Bowser has kind of a history with the Yoshis. We already know that, when Bowser was very young, the Yoshis beat the crap out of him to take back baby Luigi because of Kamek's machinations that went wrong.
But also, when...
Also, afterwards, while they were living on the moon, Bowser snuck off with, some of Kamek's spells to fuck with the Yoshis, because he hates those Yoshis. He wanted to get back at them. He turned their island into a storybook, and then stole their Super Happy Tree. And without the Super Happy Tree, the Yoshis couldn't be super happy, and they became confused monsters, as opposed to, you know, normal Yoshis, which are not confused monsters. But, yeah, so that's, a thing, but, there were 6 unhatched baby Yoshis that were not affected by the spell, that hatched afterwards, and they, because Yoshis inherently know these things, knew that Bowser was the one behind all of this, went after him to the end of the storybook and beat him up again, and sent him packing back to the moon. Years and years later, before Mario got back, before he took over the Mushroom Kingdom, Bowser showed up to Yoshi's Island, and with Kamek's help, cast a spell to basically conquer the minds of everyone on the island and turn them into his slaves. Only a single Yoshi escaped the effects of the spell. This was enough. The single Yoshi went on the warpath and freed all of his friends, the various other island critters, which at some point in time the Yoshis had befriended, like the Shy Guys and Raphael the Raven and the like monkeys and even the lunchfish, the one of the few things on the island that could actually eat a Yoshi. They managed to befriend. So, they go through with, and break the spell on all of their friends, and then the friends go and slaughter all of the Koopa forces. Like, hardcore slaughter. They very clearly die in that game, in, Tetris Attack. It's, Hookbill the Koopa, who is a veteran from the first Yoshi's Island, was slain. Kamek was almost killed, but managed to escape with magic. Bowser, I think, actually did die and was revived by Kamek. I've been thinking about some things. I think that, like, Bowser actually does die several times, but just keeps getting revived by Kamek, because they have some real powerful magic in the Koopa Kingdom. So, like, I do think, like, times when you drop Bowser into the lava, and, like, the actual Bowser, not the various troops that are disguising themselves as Bowser, but, when you actually drop Bowser in the lava, I do think he fucking dies. I am basing this on something that I remember from a future game, so maybe I'm remembering it wrong, maybe we'll see later, I don't know. But anyway, that's my current thought, is Bowser fucking died, and Kamek had to revive him.
I mean, we don't know how many 1-up shrooms Bowser has.
This is also true. We do know that 1-up shrooms are a thing that exist in the world, so, you know, revival magic is real within the mushroom world. But anyway, yeah, so that was another encounter that Bowser had with the Yoshis. So, Bowser had a real grudge with the Yoshis, which is why he conquered Dinosaur Land and used magic to put all of the Yoshis in eggs. I forget the path in this one. I think it was just, down, middle, top. But, yeah, okay. So, Mario goes around Dinosaur Land, and beats up the Koopalings again and takes back Dinosaur Land and frees the Yoshis and saves the princess entirely on his own without Luigi's help. And then they all have a nice time. Oh, what happened after Mario World? Oh, whoops. I should have brought the, put, like, the game list on the tablet. Could you bring up on, like, on the Mario Wiki, you can find the list of games. We can go through that to remember what all. Like, there's a list of games by date. I don't remember if this was immediately afterwards, but I do know there was another major war with the Koopa Kingdom when they took over Jewelry Land, one of the local other kingdoms allied with the Mushroom Kingdom. And they, at this time, they were out in force, like heavy military force. They built freaking Magitech mechs and had all sorts of guns and missiles and vehicles all over conquering Jewelry Land. So the princess sends Mario and Yoshi off with their experimental Super Scope cannon to destroy Bowser's forces and save Jewelry Land. And the Super Scope is kind of extremely powerful. He tears through all of Bowser's forces handily, and in the end, severely injures Bowser himself after destroying Bowser's personal mech suit.
Well, before that happened...
Yes, what was before?
We have to remember that, Mario and the princess went on a golf tournament.
Right!
And they did so badly that...
So, yeah, it was immediately after Dinosaur Land. The princess wanted to go on vacation. So they... And the princess decided she wanted to see Mario's home on Earth. And so Mario decided to show the princess a good time by taking her on a globetrotting golf tour. The princess hated it. Both princesses, in fact, hated it, because in addition to Peach, they also brought Princess Daisy, and Luigi was there. And the princesses hated this. It was dull, it was uninteresting. Mario's bad at golf, so he couldn't even show them good time. And as a result, Mario was severely punished. Because you don't show the princess of the Mushroom Kingdom a bad time. You just don't.
So he's stripped of his title and reduced to a juggler.
Yep, reduced to court jester. Forced to juggle for the entertainment of the court. And also reduced to various other things, like when the Yoshi emissaries came by with this bizarre Yoshi sport, she forced Mario to show off the Yoshi sport for the kingdom and basically just be a fool overall. Let's see. Did Mario teach typing before Safari?
It was before Yoshi. It was before Safari.
Yeah. So after, while that was going on, while Mario was in disgrace, he was wandering around the kingdom trying to find a way to get back into the princess's good graces. And he finds, along the way, a random Bowser fortress, just kind of off in the middle of nowhere, not really anywhere in particular of any, like, strategic importance, but on Mushroom Kingdom land. So, obviously he had to take care of it. And while he was, prepping to take care of it, he happened to find a magic typewriter.
which he couldn't use.
He's such a terrible typist. If only he'd given it to Luigi, that it would have been fine initially, but he was such a bad typist that the magic typewriter exploded. And he had to go around finding all the pieces, and he had to break into the fortress to find some of the pieces, because some of the Bowser's forces took the pieces in.
It was a whole thing.
Yeah, it was this whole big thing, but he did collect all the pieces of the magic typewriter, put it back together, and used it to just obliterate this fortress and everything inside. Like, he was not fucking around with that whole adventure. He just killed everything. So, that was... And when he reported it to the princess, he was no longer in disgrace. He didn't get his title back, but he was no longer forced to be the court fool.
So instead he did some painting.
Yeah, there was some painting happening.
And then he did some kart racing?
Yeah, then one thing that the princess did enjoy while on Earth was she did happen to have some time to look around when they weren't golfing, and she got the idea, seeing Earth car races, to have a racing circuit in the Mushroom Kingdom. So she founded the Mushroom Kingdom Gaming Commission, and they set up all of these racetracks and had go-kart racing. And as a gesture of goodwill, they even invited Bowser to join in the races. And even like used his castle as part of the racetracks.
It involved a lot of lava.
Yeah, that's just what happens in the Koopa Kingdom. That's right. Something that I forgot to mention. This did happen definitively after the war in Jewelry Land. This I do distinctly remember.
Yoshi's Safari was after that.
Was it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Super Mario Kart is 92, Yoshi's Safari is 93.
That doesn't sound right.
It's what Mario Wiki says.
That page doesn't have exactly accurate dates,
But not off by a year.
I mean, some games got released during different years in different locations. I am dead certain on my list that Yoshi's Safari happened before Super Mario Kart. So I'm gonna roll with that as the story that I know, and I can always revise later if I turned out to be wrong about this, but... Yeah, so after the war in Jewelry Land, they had a meeting between the princess and Bowser, because this was kind of a huge, much bigger scale war than they'd had before. That just like the technology used was a bit much. So they met and signed a treaty agreeing that they wouldn't use some of these technologies ever again. So Bowser would never use the Magitech mech forces, and the Princess Mushroom Forces would never use the Super Scope again. And this also kind of got them, at least the Princess thought, that they could maybe use this to build more of a general peace between the kingdoms. And as a gesture towards that, that's why she invited Bowser to join the races, and why they have Bowser's Castle racetracks. As part of this further broader goal of peace between the kingdoms and friendly relations. So they have the Mushroom Kingdom, the first Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix, and it goes well and everyone's happy.
Then Mario went missing after Yoshi's made some cookies.
Yeah, so Mario went missing because Bowser, after all of this, Bowser decides, you know what, he's gonna play along a bit with this peace with the Mushroom Kingdom. He's not going to attack the Mushroom Kingdom, he's gonna attack Earth. He goes to Earth, he goes to Antarctica, and builds a castle there, and comes up with this ridiculous plan to melt the polar ice caps with a bunch of hair dryers. It's kind of silly. I don't know why he wasn't using magic. Maybe he can't use magic on Earth? Maybe Koopa Clan magic only works within the mushroom world? But that's his plan. He comes up with and wants to get hair dryers to melt the ice of the Arctic. Or, yeah, no, Antarctic, not the Arctic. It was Antarctic, I'm pretty sure. But, point is, while they were, Mario and Luigi and Yoshi went off to the Bowser's Castle there to stop this plot, and Mario wound up severely underestimating Bowser and got easily tricked into getting captured. And so Luigi was left to save him. This castle had warp pipes connecting all across the world, all across Earth, to various locations where Bowser was stealing Earth's cultural artifacts to ransom off for the Earth money he would need to buy all of these hair dryers for his ridiculous, stupid plan. I think Bowser may have been a bit muddled at this point, following his injuries in the Jewelry Land War, and that's why his plan was so terrible. But anyway, Luigi goes through and goes around and saves all of Earth's cultural artifacts, and forces Yoshi to walk across Earth's oceans to bring him back from these various places to the Antarctic. And it's this whole big thing, and eventually he gets in and he saves Mario from Bowser, and Bowser is probably murdered again. He kind of shattered into pieces. But,
then Mario had a bucket put on his head.
yeah, then, one day they decided to do some just exploring. Things got quiet for a little while. So, they went off exploring the peaceful woods nearby the castle. Or, no, the magical forest. It was the fairy woods, not the peaceful woods. The fairy forest nearby the Mushroom Kingdom. And, while they were there, Wario showed up. Wario, in his plane, flew over and dropped a bucket on Mario's head. Also, Peach and Yoshi. Luigi was the only one of their party who didn't wind up with a bucket stuck to his head. And as a result, Luigi had to be the designated bucket remover, as they all got separated, because it's the fairies' forest. It's kind of magical and weird.
The fairies tried their best to guide him out of it.
Yeah, the fairies had to guide everyone back to Luigi so he could remove the buckets from their heads. This went on several times as they kind of tried to chase Wario down. He kept dropping shit on people's heads, and the fairy followed them to help remove all of the shit from their heads, because Luigi kept being the one person who wouldn't get anything stuck to his head.
It's like Luigi's really good at his job or something.
It's like Luigi's the only competent person in the party.
Right?
So, that's... Eventually, they chase Wario back to his castle, they smash up his plane a lot, and beat him up, and then that's it. There's not really much closure to that adventure.
No, and they need to stop and go through time.
Yeah, then, Bowser, still fucking around on Earth, has a time machine?
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess some amount of Koopa Clan magic he eventually got working on Earth, because he built a time machine, and, started stealing cultural artifacts from Earth's history. And so Mario had to go... Of course, Bowser had to gloat about this to Mario, which is how he knows to go and stop this. But Mario goes and breaks in and uses the time machine to go and send all of the artifacts back to their proper places in history, and prevent the timeline from being changed. And that's how Mario wound up existing as a historical figure throughout Earth's history, all over the fucking place.
And then...
Which may explain some of his easy celebrity, but, after that,
there was Super Mario Land 3.
Alright, at some point during this, I believe this was after Mario is missing. It may have also been after Mario's time machine, because Yoshi had to save Mario through time?
Yes.
A few times. Because Yoshi can just do that, I guess. But, after needing to walk across the ocean and walk through time, they decided Yoshi needed to be rewarded. So, Mario started working a factory bakery, making bulk cookies for Yoshi.
Yes.
These cookies were very popular with Yoshi, and Yoshi brought them back to Yoshi's Island to share with the other Yoshis, and they kind of became the local currency.
It's a little weird to have a extremely fungible currency.
An edible currency, but, anyway, that was another thing that just kind of happened at some point during there. What was next?
Other than Mario Land 3?
Right, so, while people were off doing their things, a giant golden statue of Princess Peach, which she had made, because she's the princess, she's gonna have shit like that made, she's kind of vain, it got stolen by pirates. So, Mario goes off to find the statue, and as he's going off to find the statue, like, he takes a helicopter to find the statue and flies off to the island where the pirates are holed up. And as he's, like, approaching the island, he sees the pirate fortress just explode. It just kind of explodes entirely on its own, for no reason. And the statue's there, so he goes and he grabs the statue and brings it home. Not knowing at all that Wario was down there having his own entire adventure, stealing from the pirates. Well, he was going to take the statue and ransom it back himself, but Mario shows up at the last minute and takes it away, and takes all the credit.
Wario has some troubles after that, because them is Wario's woods.
Yeah, so after all of this, a part of Wario's adventures is he steals, at the end, a genie from the pirate captain's syrup. She had a genie, Wario steals the genie, and he gets one wish, which he has to pay for as well, and he gets his own planet, full of mystical creatures, all willing to be his minions. So he decides to take all of these minions now, all of these monsters, to the Peaceful Woods, which may or may not be the same as the Fairies' Woods, and take it over.
There are fairies involved in that woods, so...
What?
There are fairies involved in that woods.
Yeah, there is a fairy who I like to think is the same fairy, the same, Wanda was her name.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Wario takes over the woods. And, Mario's not around. He was off. I guess after getting the statue, I don't know, maybe he went back to Earth for a bit. He wasn't, or maybe they decided just,
He also had to deal with the time machine on the NES, so...
Yeah, there was that. That was a slightly different game. That was like, I guess Bowser made a time machine twice.
Or 3 times. Because there was also the SNES version.
The SNES version was exactly the same as the PC version.
Yeah, that's true.
The NES version was extremely different.
Yeah.
So that might have been actually a second adventure. But, Hammer Bros.
But yeah, Wario was,
Wario goes and takes over the woods, and, so the princess decides Mario's not around, Mario's dealing with other shit. So Toad has to go and chase Wario out of the woods. Like, Toad is kind of the princess's personal attendant. He's in charge of, like, the castle grounds, and I guess probably the woods outside the castle are his responsibility. So he goes in and, with the help of a fairy providing him with an unlimited quantity of bombs, slaughters all of Wario's little minions, chases Wario all the way back to his own home outside of the woods, and destroys it completely.
Interestingly enough, this has a side effect of displacing Wario from time and space and ending up in the land of Mad Bombers.
Yeah, so, well, I guess while Wario was looking for a new home, possibly just the quantity of explosions that happened in his vicinity opened a rift to the dimension of Mad Bombers, where Wario wound up falling in, and he kinda fucked around there, blew up some shit, stole a bike, got a cool motorcycle out of his adventure there, and came home, but otherwise, that was it. That was really all he got.
But Mario...
Actually, no, that's right. One other thing he got there was his dash ability.
Yes.
That's right, because that's the first time he has it. No, he does have the shoulder slam in Wario Land.
It is the first time he has his motorcycle.
Yeah, the motorcycle he did definitely get from the Land of Mad Bombers. That is unquestioned.
Yeah.
But, right, so, yeah, while that was happening...
While that was happening, Mario was fighting a giant monkey.
Yeah, so, we haven't gone over what all happened to Donkey Kong. So, things got quiet with Donkey Kong for a while. But, so here's what happens. After Donkey Kong got rescued from Mario by his son, they go back to the jungle for a bit. Junior sets up a training program for the Kong family to train on, and himself mostly, but really anyone in the family, and that's capital F family. He sets up this training program like modeled after the rescue, with an effigy of Mario there for training the Kong family forces. Also, while they're at home, Donkey Kong teaches Junior some math.
Yeah.
Or they like, work together to learn math. One way or another, math is learned, because math is important, you know? You gotta know the numbers in order to run the numbers. So, hammer bars, okay. Yeah, after a while, Donkey Kong hears that Mario has gone off to war and is no longer protecting the city. So he goes back and decides this is a great time to go and attack the city again and steal some shit. While he's there, he ends up allying with an army of insects. I'm not entirely sure how this happens, how they approached him, or how they communicated, but in one way or another, he allies with an army of insects that convince him to join their assault on Stanley the Exterminator, who insects have been at war with for countless insect generations. And they bring Donkey Kong in on this to invade Stanley's garden and destroy his flowers. And, like, I guess Stanley had some nice edible flowers, or Donkey Kong got tricked or something into somehow thinking that this was a good idea. But, Stanley is fucking crazy. There's a reason he's called the Exterminator. He only has one weapon. It's an insecticide spray, and he uses it on everything. He sprays Donkey Kong right in the face and up the ass with insecticide all throughout the garden. Donkey Kong does not want to deal with this shit. He is out of there. But Stanley finds himself winning the war for the first time. They brought in this giant gorilla, and he chased it off. Clearly, he's got the lead, so he takes this opportunity to counterattack. He chases Donkey Kong out as far away from his garden as physically possible. Out down the road, out of the city, out of the country, through the aliens, into a spaceship, and out of the planet entirely. Off into space. And that's how Donkey Kong wound up being chased through space for like a decade. This stage is going very poorly.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, yeah, so Donkey Kong was off in space for a while, and during that time, Junior had to take on the Donkey Kong title, and take over as head of the family. And, so Junior decided, this is not really his thing. He doesn't want to be, Junior's a good guy. He doesn't want to run the crimes of the family. Like, it's still family. He's not really, like, against the family doing it, but he doesn't want to really be a part of it. So, he wants to get his father back from space. Also, he loves his father. He wants to get his father back from space. So, he is trying various things to make money to somehow figure out a plan to get to space. While he was doing this, Mario got back from the war and came across Junior using the name Donkey Kong in a circus. Junior was working in a circus trying to make some quick cash. While they met up, Mario heard about how old Donkey Kong went to space and decided to help out. They had like a celebrity hockey match. This was while Mario was being kind of a celebrity. Just like after the war. But, yeah, Junior's off just kind of doing some stuff, trying to get his father back from space. It doesn't really end up working. He is doing all sorts of things. He tried competing in the Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix. There was like a tennis tournament at some point he tried competing in. He just never got enough to really make any kind of plan. And eventually, Donkey Kong came back from space on his own. But he was extremely confused. Like, delirious, talking about things like graphics, and how the graphics have changed since he was a kid, and gameplay, and it's just weird. It's just very confusing. But he's home. And this is where the new Donkey Kong comes in. So, Donkey Kong Jr. has a son, who is the modern Donkey Kong who wears a tie. At some point in time, Junior decided that he wasn't getting his dad back in early enough. His son came of age. He passed the title down to his son, who became Donkey Kong and head of the family. So, when his father came back, they issued him the name Cranky Kong, because he couldn't beat the Donkey Kong anymore. And now, the new modern Donkey Kong, the tie-wearing one, he idolized his grandfather. He grew up hearing stories about how Granddad went to the city and, his great rivalry with the hero Mario and the trying to kidnap this girl, Pauline, and, it was this great adventure, and he is distraught that dear old Granddad is just not back with them mentally. So he decides, how do I fix this? Maybe if I go and capture that girl that he couldn't get back then, maybe that will bring him back. Maybe that will help him remember who he is. And so he goes off to the city, and he uses the entire Kong family fortune on this ploy to capture this girl. He hires heavily armed mercenaries to help him with his escape back to the jungles. And, of course, Mario follows. Mario is there because, of course, he's there. And, Donkey Kong grabs Pauline, and they chase all across the world. And eventually they get back to the Kong Isles, and Donkey Kong gets giant with a whole bunch of mushrooms. Junior's there as well. Junior's helping out his son with this whole ploy. And in the end, Mario defeats Donkey Kong, but, here's the story about how Cranky is back from space and super confused, and they kind of, Mario at least kind of forgives and forgets a little bit, and they kind of get a little bit friendly and patch up a little bit, and, Mario meets with Cranky, and Cranky kind of gets it back to himself a little bit. He's still talking weird shit about graphics and gameplay and stuff, but he's a bit more grounded. So, Then, the Kongs have some adventures. After blowing the entire Kong family fortune on this adventure, Donkey Kong is forced to, basically lease some Kong Island land to their hated enemies, the Kremlings, who, use this to start building factories and shit. And, just generally kind of taking place over. And eventually they use this land that they've taken as a staging ground for their heist of the Kong family banana horde. You know, their great treasure. So, Donkey Kong then has to get his little buddy Diddy, who, was supposed to be guarding the banana horde, but got easily beaten up.
And shoved in a barrel.
Yeah. So, he and Diddy go off and fight the Kremlings and kill a lot of them and get their bananas back and beat up their King K. Rool. Let's see. What was after that?
Hotel Mario.
Oh, God. So, when Mario got back from Earth to the Mushroom Kingdom, Mario and Luigi both went together to head back, because, I don't know, I guess they have regular visits with the princess, or something. But, they got back to find that, hotels had been built all over the Mushroom Kingdom. Bowser had just built a bunch of hotels. He had taken over again, filled the place, and captured the princess again. So, Mario has to go through all of the hotels, beating up all of the Koopalings again, tears down all of the hotels, and in the end saves the princess yet again. This was a terrible time for everyone, especially me.
But it didn't end there, because next was Mario's Picross.
So, yeah, after that, with all of the hotels torn down, there was all this rubble and wreckage to go through. And, they happened to find a lot of, like, ancient artifacts from, you know, just the hotel sites happened to be built on some locations that, you know, they dug up some artifacts and things. So, so Mario decides to be an archaeologist for a bit, and, this is when he finds evidence that he himself used to live in the Mushroom Kingdom, and this is where he remembers that as a kid he grew up in the Mushroom Kingdom. Anyway, I've beaten this game now.
Yeah, and you're only like halfway through the story.
Oh, there's so much more of this, so we'll have plenty of time to go through the rest of the story as we go through the rest of this game. But
you got the Mario award.
I got the Mario award for clearing the game.
Congratulations.
Yay! So we'll wrap up today just by showing off some of the stuff that I've unlocked.
Okay.
So well, I think this time we'll kind of go through.
There's
and
a
see...
boo.
Yeah, there's a boo here. So, we'll check out the boo later. That's another game mode. But, we can look in the album. We can see new. Here's our Mario award that we earned. You can put a comment on it, and you can print it out in the Game Boy printer. Let's put a comment. Hooray, you cleared World 8-4. And you can change the comment if you want to whatever, but we can keep that. And here, this we got, for getting fireworks. We had a fireworks show at some point, so we got the little fireworks thing. And this, I'm not sure what this was for. I got a 1-up mushroom.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got a 1-up mushroom. That unlocked this one. There's a kiss from the princess. I rescued Peach. Hooray. A lot of ones.
It's a
Goomba! You stomped a Goomba.
These are like achievements.
Yep. I beat a bloober. because they used the old name Blue Burr. With, that's what they were called back in Super Mario Brothers. Oops. Well, I knocked Lakitu off his cloud. It's cheap, cheap. You beat a cheap, cheap. Nice work. He defeated the Hammer Bros.
The Hammer Bros.
I find it interesting that, like, the icon is completely different from the image. Yeah, it's kind of sliding.
Killer.
You stomped Bullet Bill. All right. And you beat a Buzzy Beetle. All right. You defeated a Spiny. Yippee! And you toppled a Koopa Troopa. Great. And here, we have a part of Bowser. So, this, I unlocked one of the 4 pieces because I defeated one of the first 4 Bowser fakes with fire. So, I'll have to defeat the all of the fake Bowsers and the real Bowser. I actually defeated the real Bowser with fire. But, you defeat all of the Bowsers with fire to unlock all of the parts of these images. Let me just look at the records. Yeah, I did not quite beat Luigi at the top. So something that I'm going to have to do, something in the ranking, you can trade high scores with other games. Like with, if you have a friend with the game, you can trade high scores using the Game Boy Color's infrared port.
Right.
Sensor.
It had one of those.
It had one of those. This is going to be a bit weird, because one of the album images that you unlock is for doing the trade with the infrared. So, I'm going to have to figure out, because most emulators don't have that functionality. And, I don't have, like, I have the physical game, but I don't have 2 copies of the physical game with 2 Game Boys.
Right.
So, that's going to be a bit of a hassle to set up. The toy box has a new thing here. It's got all of these toads and the princess.
Banner.
So here we've got a variety of banners, and these are things that you can print out in the Game Boy printer.
It's a die.
And you can like put messages on them. And here's there's music notes. I don't know why there's music notes here. But, that's what's there. And here's another set of banners. And these can be, like, different lengths
it's
of
like
banner.
ticker tape banner.
Yeah. Mario Bros. And this Toad has just got Mario and the different animations of Mario sprites. And here's some the enemy sprites you can put together into a thing. And you can print them. This one has more banners, Nintendo and Game Boy and NES and Get In or Get Out. That was the N64 motto. Whoops. I do not have the Game Boy printer in this emulator. That's another thing I might potentially... I'm not going to have any guarantees on that, but I'll try to get Game Boy printers set up. Here's some more sprites.
Items.
Flagpole, flag base spring, pipe, toad. This game is double recognizing my inputs a lot. N64, only 4. You can have something that you show is only for N64.
Only for Mario.
There's all these fun characters. All right, what's the that doesn't have a message there.
Don't know.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay, so, this does actually have a Game Boy printer in this emulator, apparently.
Okay.
Mario!
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 Mario! And the princess has...
Oh, hey, it's that letter
this.
from...
yeah,
this
was on the box art for the NES Super Mario Brothers It's just what's on the cartridge.
Yeah, Mario falling in a pit of lava.
Slamming into a wall. There's the title screen of this game, and so something interesting here. Oh no, this might not actually be that yet. Yeah, we'll see later. So that's everything we've unlocked here. Again, we'll show Boo next time. Challenge, each of these stages unlocks once you've completed that stage in the original, which is why I had to run through that first. But yeah, next time we're going to be seeing a whole bunch of new extra features. One last quick thing before we sign off for today. I did this video came up it's short, so did a little bit of grinding before the last time. And
how do you grind in Super Mario Brothers?
Well, I had to do the second quest. Because there's the second quest and you get one of the awards in the album for that.
Oh.
So I did the second quest. Now you may have just seen at the start there was the a different title screen slightly. That was one of the things in the toy box that we got was, you know, when you select Princess Peach, it has the different images that you can have, and it had like the song in there. That song is something that you can edit, and it will play at the start of the game. So by default, it has that little tune there that we didn't quite hear. The audio's a little bit low on this, but you hear it at home. That little jingle. So while we're running through this very quickly, blowing through the second quest in fast forward, just a couple of quick corrections. Sidebar mentioned these already, but story things that I got wrong because I didn't prepare at all last time.
I noticed.
For this. So, first off, something that I missed along the way, after Super Mario Brothers, after Mario got back from the Mushroom Kingdom, he did more golfing. He went on his first globetrotting golf tour with just him and Luigi.
Right.
So this is where that was like the impetus for when he started becoming a celebrity, because he's going on this global tour with all his gold from this magic land. Let's see. His sellout period, I was a little bit off on the timing of that. That happened while he was in disgrace in the Mushroom Kingdom, while he was a juggler and the court fool. Because most of his money was confiscated along with his land and title and such. So he kind of had to sell out to maintain his celebrity lifestyle. Super Mario Kart was before Yoshi's Safari. I don't know why I was so damn certain that it was,
yeah, I was
after.
wondering about that.
I do not know why that got in my head, where that came from. But no, yeah, the Super Mario Kart was first. That's about it. Everything else was 100% perfectly accurate, exactly what happened in Mario's life with no disputing whatsoever.
Yeah.
you
So let's mention here that you can, on the map screen, if you press select, you can switch between Mario and Luigi. I reached a point where I was having some trouble getting through World 8, and I decided, you know what, Luigi's better, and he was. I immediately got through the stage that I was having trouble with after switching to Luigi. So, that's just remember, if you play this game, just press select to switch to Luigi, and everything will be better.
Well, you're a super player, Luigi.
And after you get the twin end screen and the second quest, you get more stuff.
The end.
Also, clearing the game as Luigi, you get a slightly different scene. The princess doesn't have to lean down to give Luigi an award. So here's the Bowser Award. You get the Bowser Award for clearing the second quest. The courses for the second quest are labeled with a star instead of a dash between the world numbers. just as a thing to show off, I never, like, showed on the high score entry screen. You can change the color of your text. Beach. I put a couple of random things up there. And yeah, here's again that thing I said, that you can change what this is in the toy box by just changing that message to, you can put in your own little, song and customize how, what plays when it opens and what the screen that shows is. And we'll see that in, a moment when we get to the next. So you finished the star courses, is what they call them, the second quest thing. And also I got another thing. I hit a block that revealed a beanstalk during that. You found the bonus stage. I didn't go in the bonus stage, but I found it. That was all that I unlocked while I was grinding there. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be checking out the different game modes. Hey folks, it's Doc Phoenix back with all the Marios, and just there, that was another one of the music scores that they actually showed in the banners. When you selected like the cell phone one, it showed that. So I figured I'd throw that in just to show off. So we have here a bunch of new things. We have this Luigi mode that was unlocked. This Luigi icon that was unlocked from when I cleared the star courses. But let's just start from the top. Challenge. So challenge mode is a challenge to get the high score on each of the stages, and also there are collectibles. So you can see the score. The goal is to get 32,000 points. There are also some collectibles. So let's just jump right in and see. You've got up at the top. You see there are now red coins to collect, and there's 5 of them in the stage. So kind of hidden, do some exploration stuff, and get a high score. That's challenge mode.
Complete the red coin challenge.
Yep. So, a second still. I assume there's a red coin down here. No?
Don't actually know where anything is.
Not offhand, no.
Well, we'll find out.
We will find things. And I'm also not sure if you have to collect everything in one run. Hey, that was a red coin in that coin block. So that's a thing that they could do.
Well, you only got 2 of the
numbers
5
1 and 5, but that's fine. You just do it again. Just do it as many times as you want. But I didn't get score necessary. My results: coins 2, score that. That's it. That's my result. Okay. And you get a total score. That adds up the total of all the high scores that you got on all the stages. If you get a high enough total score, good things. I died.
Score 200.
Yes. Oh, whoops.
So what's the red, blue, and green circles?
That I'm not entirely certain immediately. We'll find out.
Okay.
I am sure of that. So, like, this is kind of the big new thing of this version of the game, this remake, is it's got this exploration type thing. You go through, you find all the secret coins in the stages, and you get the things. So that's that. There's probably going to be a lot of fast forward in this as well. I already missed one. Look at that. And yeah, it looks like I'll need to get all of them in one run for it to get the thing. Okay, I might end up actually doing a lot of this just off camera, or without live commentary, because this is going to be a little bit more effort than I initially remembered it being. Because I did own this game as a kid. This was my very first Game Boy game, actually, because my Game Boy Color was my first Game Boy, and this was what I got with it. So we'll check out challenge mode a bit more Later. Later is now! This is post-commentary time. This is after I did all of the things, and here's the rest of challenge mode. Actually done. Complete. Challenge mode took a lot.
It seemed that way, yeah. So
It's just kind of...
You gotta collect the red coins.
Yeah, so there's the 3 medals in each world. There's the medal for collecting all 5 red coins in a single run. There's a medal for beating the high score goal. And the 3rd medal is for another collectible, which you will see a little bit later in this. That's one that you just get on your own. Each of the 3 medals you can get in their own run. You don't need to get all 3 of them at once, and usually you won't. So that's the other collectible. I kind of grabbed it quick. It's a Yoshi egg. There is
Yoshi's here.
A hidden Yoshi egg in every level. It's always in an invisible block, which makes it a little awkward to find. They're usually in they're always in relatively telegraphed places.
So is
places
it
where
an invisible block that was not there in the original?
Correct.
Okay. Toad's
Here you
happy
can see
about it.
that when you get all 5 coins, you get the 5 red coin medal up there. And when you beat the score, you get the little score medal up there. And when you get the Yoshi egg, it hatches. And this is awful.
Oh god, 8-bit Yoshi!
Then you get a Yoshi egg medal thing. So that's all of the actual, what goes into challenge, since we kind of didn't really see that going through live. And there's that for all 32 worlds.
Oh boy.
So, we're probably not going to be commenting over most of this, but I wanted to show it at not extreme fast forward, because, this is content to see. It's, seeing where the things are hidden. This is just going to be going through all of the things and showing where they're hidden. And dear God, did this take a lot to get through. Some of the ones later on were so... Yeah, there's some of the coins are hidden in really weird spots. Some of them are like just really annoying and hard to get to. Especially if you're trying to get all of them in one go through. There were a number of times where, like, as I said, you don't have to get all 3 of the medals in one run, and you generally shouldn't try. Especially with, like, the score medal. I'm sure it's physically possible to get the score medal and the red coin medal in the same run for all of the levels, but it's sure as hell difficult for some of them. Some of them, like, to get the red coins, you have to go in, like, certain secret paths, and they kind of preclude getting a lot of the things that would get you score.
Right.
Which, I mean, that alone was just kind of an interesting thing. Playing for score. I'd never really done that outside of, you know, when I played this game as a kid, but I don't think I actually... Like, I know I got all the challenge medals as a kid, but there's also that the total score bar on the bottom that, you know, even if you get all of the high score medals, that bar is not going to be completely filled. So you have to do a little bit of extra work to fill that and get the final reward from the score there. And yeah, playing for score is different and weird and difficult.
Looks like you need to really speedrun through the fortress stage there.
Yeah, the castle stages, there's not really any opportunity to get score other than speedrunning. But for all the other stages, it's kind of a weird balance, because each... when you reach the end, each remaining clock tick that you have is worth 50 points. And... I mean, there's a number of things that are worth more than 50 points that you can get. Like, every coin you pick up is 200 points. Killing enemies can be extremely worthwhile, especially if you get the chain combo from kicking Koopas into multiple enemies. That's, you know, can get you up to 10,000 points. Yeah, sometimes I just had to do this. This is actually one of the best ways to just run your score up, is to just repeatedly kick the same turtle, torture this turtle forever, as long as you have time left. Because it's 100 points when you jump on them, and then 500 points when you kick them. So every time that you successfully stop them and then kick them back, you get 600 points. Which is a hell of a lot better than, because it takes less than 12 seconds to do that. Well, 12 Mario time units to do a kick, as long as you're not in a huge, weird area. You can play as Luigi, as we briefly saw in Second Quest. I said you can press select on the map screen at any time to switch between Mario and Luigi. They don't have, like, gameplay differences. It's the Mario 1, Super Mario Bros. 1 engine, so it doesn't have the weird floaty jump physics of Luigi. The underwater stages, too, there's not really a whole lot of opportunity to get score outside of just getting through fast.
Yeah, because you don't start with, like, a fire power.
Yeah, you always start small in the challenge mode, so...
You can't really kill the fish.
Yeah, that's another part of the what made challenge mode really hard, was there are some stages that are just really hard to start in. Like, especially through World 8. Like, you already saw how many times I died just trying to play through.
Regular, yeah.
Regular.
World 8 is tough.
Yeah. One of the things that I was having, like, a lot of trouble with is the screen. And this was something that I had noted before, that, you know, the screen, the Game Boy screen is smaller than what the NES could put out, so
right.
you have a limited ability to look around compared to the original game. And I didn't really take too much note of it during the live commentary session, but trying to clear everything afterwards, it was such an annoyance. I made this exact same complaint with Donkey Kong Land. That, you know, having the weird limited camera, they sacrificed the gameplay for keeping the graphics exactly the way that they were in the original.
Yeah.
Which I lambasted Rare for it, and I'm gonna lambast Nintendo for it here. It's not good. It's painful.
It hurts the gameplay.
Yeah. And like there were a number of times when like I very explicitly died because of the limited screen, and if it weren't for the limited screen, I would not have died. There were several deaths that were explicitly caused by that limitation that shouldn't have been there.
I imagine things involving Hammer Brothers as well.
Hammer Brothers a little bit, but it was mostly things like in worlds with bullet generators. You know, there was a bullet above the screen where I couldn't see it because the screen wasn't scrolled up because I was looking at the ground. Yeah, 85,000 in 3-2, and this is where I said that kicking enemies, because I just got 32,000 from the initial opening, just kicking that one Koopa across everything. Because, so, you know, in the original game, in the normal game, you get, after, I think it's 10 enemies, that if you kill in a row, you start getting extra lives. In challenge mode, instead of extra lives, you get 10,000 points.
Right, because there's no lives in this mode.
So, that is, the biggest way. If the level has any kind of enemy combos that you can do with kicking shells, that's like the big way to get score in those levels. And the score requirements for the badge pretty much take that into account and require you to do those as effectively as you can. You can see when the score bar fills far enough, things change color on that screen. You know, it went from green to orange there. So, let's see, other things with score. Power-ups, that's like another thing to consider. A mushroom or fire flower is worth 1,000 points, and extra life is worth 2,000 points. So, generally, those are always worth going for. There are some weird exceptions. Like, in certain stages, you want to be small for some things. So, like, and also, stars. Getting Starman is worth 1,000, but sometimes you really do not want to grab that Starman because then you won't be able to do an enemy combo coming up immediately next. Because, you know, you can't kick a turtle when you've got star power, you just destroy it. Lakitu is a major pain. Especially, that's another thing to bring up with the screen scrolling is Lakitu. Because, you know, normally, in the original game, Lakitu just hovers at the top of the screen-ish.
But in this case, he's hovering off the screen.
Yeah, in this game, the way that Lakitu works is that it hovers at the top of what is currently visible. Technically, Lakitu is above the screen, but you see him where he would be at the top of that screen, which means when you scroll the screen up, it looks like Lakitu moves up. This makes it difficult to jump on Lakitu when, it's slightly above the screen. It kind of forces you to do the scroll up to make sure that you are actually jumping at the right height. But there are some places where that's not really feasible.
Right.
Because you're looking at the ground? Because you need to not fall in a pit? So, that's, again, I had a lot of general problems with that.
Yeah. Seems to be a neat idea, but not the best execution for this whole challenge mode thing.
Yeah, like, I liked the challenge mode. It was difficult, it was kind of annoying at points, but I liked it. It was a different and interesting challenge. Like doing it encourages you, first off, to explore the levels in ways that, you wouldn't if you're just playing through to win. As I said, playing for score encourages you to also kind of explore the levels in a different way, and just explore the game itself in a different way, so that that was different and interesting, and I kind of liked that. Sometimes. Sometimes getting the scores was a major pain in the ass. Because, just things. There's just a lot of things going on. This stage gave me a lot of trouble. The World 6 stage with Lakitu. 6-1. There's, some of the coins are in really annoying spots. One of the things about the red coins that is the thing that I had the most annoyance with. So, sometimes the red coins are just sitting out in the open. Sometimes you hit a block and it comes out. Sometimes they're in those 10 coin blocks as the 10th coin in the block. And if for anyone who's not aware of the mechanics of how those blocks work, the first time you hit that block, a timer starts, and once that timer runs out, the next time you hit the block, it's done. It no longer spews out any coins. So if you don't hit the block well enough, correctly enough, you do not get the red coin out of that block, and then you have to restart. Because it is the 10th coin in the block, is the red coin. So, that was a really annoying thing in some of these stages, because it's like, oh, I'm trying to dance around Hammer Brothers here, I accidentally hit the coin block that has the red coin in it. Now I have to force myself to stop staying alive so that I can grab this red coin, and it just doesn't work. And also, yeah, just the screen scrolling thing as well, that was also a problem with the red coins, because, like, they actually kind of explicitly use that in a way to hide some of the coins.
Hide them just off screen.
Like, some of the coins are hidden, like, just above where the screen scroll normally sits when you're walking on the ground, so you have to stop and look up, and if it was not this limited screen, you'd be able to see it and find it and grab it very easily. But there were a number of coins that, like, I missed several times through, and it was like, where the hell is this coin? And I just had to keep looking up in weird random spots. Or, in some of the cases here, look down in areas where I'm not even sure that there was ground there, sometimes. You know, in these tall mushroom platform zones where you're jumping across. And normally I take the very high road, and it turns out that sometimes there is a low road that I'm not even aware of because I can't see it. Underwater stages did give me a lot of trouble with the score. Again, just because it's not just about the speed running, because you also have to be grabbing a number of coins along the way. Because that's a lot of the score badges expect you to do more than just plain speed run. I had so much trouble with 8-3. I'm not entirely sure how many times I died in 8-3. I know how many times I died total in the game. I actually counted. You'll get to see that later. That'll be the last video of the series. But, I know a significant number of them came from 8-3. 8-4, the final castle, was not that bad, actually. The biggest problem is getting through that hammer bro at the end.
Yeah.
And you can see here, I got all of the red coin medals, and everything just kind of flashes, showing, hey, you got all of the medals. And same with the Yoshi eggs. And, you know, you'll see in just a moment as I finish this, I'll get all the score medals and have that done. One thing about score that I should note that I haven't, the Yoshi eggs are worth 2,000. So that's a real good way to grab a little extra score.
As much as a hidden
yeah.
life, yeah.
Now, when you have all of the medals on all of the stages, you get one of those awards. It's the Peach Award. For excellence in princessing? I guess?
I mean, beating the game regular was the Bowser Award, so...
Well, that was beating the second quest.
Oh, okay.
So then, yeah, anyway, after I did the medals, I had to do some extra score grinding. So one thing to note, you may think, here's a great way to get score. No.
Oh.
They don't let you do that.
They've removed that, huh?
Yeah, they specifically in challenge mode, if you get up to... If you hit one turtle shell, the same turtle shell, enough to reach the 10,000 point mark where you would start getting extra lives, it dies. Huh. As soon as you get the first instance of 10,000 points, it dies. So you cannot do just a sit there and get infinite score and fill up the entire score meter on one stage.
Weird.
They thought of that.
So this is just you playing one over and over again?
No.
Oh.
You can see here, I spent a lot of time just getting as much score as I could off of a single turtle shell. I found the stages where I could get a turtle between two walls that I could hit repeatedly, and I got as much score as I could out of those. Those took a lot of tries to get the timing of all the jumps down, because I had to do this like 100 jumps in some of the stages. 100 hops on the turtle to get the most score that I could. Just look at this. This is at 16x speed. Going through that shit. So.
Does it have to be in all different stages?
Well, because it's the
it takes
total
the
score
highest,
is your total high scores.
Yeah.
So, you get the highest score you can in one stage. Well, that's one stage. You still need to increase your total high score from other sources. When you completely fill it up, things go blue, and you get another award. This is probably the hardest award to actually earn in the game.
Mm-hmm.
This took me so long. It's the Toad Award.
Okay. Why Toad?
I don't know. That's all of challenge mode, and now that the score bar's filled, there's a little crown. It's just a little crown at the end of the score bar.
Neat.
Anyway, that's it for challenge mode. Come back tomorrow. We'll be back at the live commentary where we went to the other game modes checking out.
Come to the future where we went into the past.
Let's look at this Luigi. Super Mario Bros. For super players. This is... You will recognize immediately.
Oh, it's the Lost Levels!
Yeah, it is. So, I had completely forgotten that I did actually play the Lost Levels as a kid with this game. I don't think I ever actually legit beat it, though. Because I also had a Game Genie as a kid. Or no, it was a Game Shark. Game Shark for Game Boy Color. That's what I had. So, yeah, and actually, while I was digging through old stuff, I found all of the Game Shark codes written in the back of the manual that I had. So, yeah, I am dead certain I did not clear this legitimately as a kid. But, I did clear it legitimately earlier in the series, so hey.
Yeah, that was a while ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah! That was like a year and a half ago.
We've been doing this for a while.
Yep. So, I'm not sure I'm gonna have all of this live commentary, because this is, it's much harder, it's gonna take me a bit longer.
And it's basically the same?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, like, again, this is, we saw this, before, as we just said, a year and a half ago we did, Lost Levels already.
Yeah, so there's nothing really
so
new here.
at most I could spend this time going through like the rest of the story that we didn't get to last time. So I guess I'll dive into that. So when we left off, it was... The last thing we mentioned was Mario's Picross. As, this was after Hotel Mario. They had archaeological dig sites in the rubble of the hotels. So, Mario found all of the things in there and decided to play it being archaeologist. He's not really an archaeologist. He's not good at it. He just liked to pretend. Apparently there's a beanstalk over there. I'm not gonna trust it. Never trust bonus stages in Lost Levels. Okay, the early bonus stages you could probably trust, but generally don't trust bonus stages in Lost Levels. Anyway, after Mario's Picross, there was a tennis tournament. It was 3D.
Which was very weird for all of these 2D people.
Yep. It was weird and it hurt everyone's eyes. Let's see. After that... Let's see. Off in the Kong Isles,
They did Donkey Kong again.
yeah. Cranky got angry that the game was only good because of fancy graphics, and if you didn't have the fancy graphics, you wouldn't have had a good game. If you should do the adventure again, but this time with worse graphics, and they had no idea what the hell he was talking about, but they did the adventure again, and it did seem to have worse graphics somehow. The universe seemed to look worse. So, but they did it, and they beat up K. Rool again. Let's see, Mario's Super Picross didn't really have a story. It was just kind of there.
Is it more Mario being a archaeologist?
It didn't even have that conceit. It was just sort of there. And then the famous, well-known Mushroom Kingdom location, the Clash House Tower, was taken over by bad guys.
Oh no! What?
And Mario had to go fight him.
In 3D. It hurt everyone's eyes.
And then Wario had an adventure in 3D that hurt everyone's eyes. In the Amazon River Basin. Because he couldn't go to the Amazon. That would just be silly.
Yeah, Wario has never shown up in the real world.
Well, not at this point. Let's see. After that, Mario did some things.
Sky bloopers.
Yep. Well-known Mushroom Kingdom Sky Squids. So, Mario, for whatever reason, briefly ran a game gallery. It was just like a place to hang out and play board games.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what this is about. Maybe he was still, like, needed money. Like, maybe he hadn't earned back enough to be comfortable. Yeah, something in my throat.
Oh.
Anyway, after that, stuff kept happening on the Kong Isle, so I'm just gonna gloss over that. It's not really important to Mario's
No one cares
story.
about Donkey Kong Country. You have to get a running step.
Damn it. Oh well. But then after that, Mario got sick. So, he got sick, he was resting at home, and the princess came to visit him, because she, you know, cares about the hero of the Mushroom Kingdom, and wants to show him some appreciation, I guess?
There was no floor there.
What?
There was no floor there.
Yeah. And so she goes to visit him while he's sick, and she's outside picking flowers for him, because, you know, it's just a nice gesture to do, and then she gets kidnapped by Bowser. And so Mario has to go, while he's sick, rush out to Bowser's castle and rescue the princess, and it's this whole ordeal that didn't last very long. But he gets in and he's fighting Bowser and he beats up Bowser, and then the castle gets hit by a giant sword.
And then there's this whole RPG adventure that happens.
Yeah, there's this weird adventure across the Mushroom Kingdom with all these fun new characters, and then Bowser was helping out, and the princess was even joining on the adventure and fighting, and it was this whole thing, and
Something about the Star Road.
yeah, they learned about the Star Road, the land of the place in the sky where wishes happen. But the road was broken, so wishes couldn't happen, and that's bad? Because I guess people can't accomplish things without the power of stars. Your wishes won't come true. Even though, clearly, they worked and solved the problem without the power of wishes, so, I don't know what the hell.
Well, the important thing is they learned about power of stars.
Yeah! That became important. So, when Mario finished this, Mario had to go on this whole adventure. He was sick the whole time. He was not resting. He was not recuperating. At the end of the adventure, everything was fine. Everyone was saved. And he just had to collapse. He was dead tired, and then he had to have adventures in his sleep, because Subcon was in trouble again. So,
That's when BS Super Mario Brothers USA happened.
yep. And this was, randomly in Subcon, Wart is back, and his gang is there, and they've all stolen the golden statues of Mario that the King of Subcon had put up around to recognize Mario's bravery. And this is bad? Also, I guess they're just wreaking general havoc, but they have to go and get these golden statues back. This is very important for everyone to do. And this Mario had to spend his time in his dreams fixing this problem. And so he didn't really get well rested while sleeping either. So, then it kind of took a while for him to properly recover. In that time that he was properly recovering, the princess built a new castle. Because, during the previous adventure, the castle had gotten attacked, and, it was very close to the Mushroom Town, Mushroom Castle Town Village, whatever. And, I guess she decided that, maybe the castle should be a little further away from the village, keep them protected in case the castle gets attacked again. Maybe she just wanted a better castle, I don't know. But she built a new castle, and the whole construction went up while Mario was recovering from his terrible illness. And when it was finished, Mario was finally all recovered. He was invited over to celebrate the new castle construction with a big old cake. And then he went there, and then it was not actually a good time because Bowser had taken the castle. Because they had decided to have this new castle's defenses be based on power stars that they'd collected from space that they learned about now from the Star Road. And that didn't really work out for them because they're not. The Koopa Kingdom is better at magic than the Mushroom Kingdom. Yeah, so the Bowser took over the castle and stole all the stars and sealed everyone away in the walls and in magic paintings, and also a clock and the sky. So then Mario had to go all over the castle and all these magic painted worlds and also a clock and the sky and collect all of the stars and have their power back to restore the castle and to kick Bowser out.
A submarine was involved.
Yeah, Bowser had a submarine. The submarine went out to the moat of the castle. It was weird. Anyway, after that, there was more, archaeology adventures. But, it wasn't like proper archaeology adventures, because Mario's not a proper archaeologist. I think the princess just wanted a vacation. She wanted to go, visit various locations on Earth, so she had, funded this archaeological survey around Earth, and, had Mario lead it. And, basically she was embezzling funds, research funds, for her personal vacation. Because, the princess is kind of, not a good ruler.
Meanwhile, Wario was doing actual archaeology.
Oh yeah, Wario found his way to Earth. Wario had seen so much just financial success from his adventures, both what we had seen and presumably additional adventures that we never saw. Because he got himself, like, an art gallery that's nice and fully stocked, and he went to Earth and did his own archaeology in Earth, like, actual legit archaeology. Like, okay, a lot of it was just kind of exploration. He's an explorer, he's an adventurer, just looking around at stuff. But, at the end, he was digging up, like, actual fucking dinosaur fossils in this whole big site. It was real good. He presumably never got any of the credit that he deserved in the Mushroom Kingdom, because Mario was given all of his bullshit fake, information data that he was fake discovering because he's not a real archaeologist. So, the Mushroom Kingdom kind of has a bad idea of Earth history because of Mario. And they refuse to listen to Wario because he's a villain. He's not the hero.
Then there was some more trouble with the Kongs. They were in the northern hemisphere.
Stuff was still happening there. We don't care. And then they had a second Mushroom Kingdom Grand Prix. Kart racing.
Wario was trying to show off his stadium.
Yeah, Wario wanted to get involved with the race this time. And, I guess, bribed his way onto the Mushroom Kingdom Gaming Commission, and just convinced them, they had to commission all these new racetracks for this new race, because they can't just use the old tracks. That would just be dull. You gotta have new tracks for a new race. So, Wario had this stadium that he already had built, because of course he has a stadium. Why wouldn't he have his own stadium? And, it's gonna be nice and cheap for, them to use this stadium that's already built, rather than building their own new tracks. So, he was able to quietly buy his way into the races by letting them skip off the top of the savings from not having to build this additional racetrack.
The Yoshis and the Kongs also got their hands into this.
Yeah, the Kongs used it as a kind of a front for their river smuggling operations. To disguise that with the race out front. The Yoshis they built a track because they
didn't really build a track, actually.
Yeah, they really they kind of just dug a crevice, and they left a spot where the road would be, and not dug out, and then there was a giant egg. So the Yoshis didn't really understand the concept. Neither did Toad. Toad just kind of picked a random stretch of highway.
Yeah, well, Toad's kind of
a maniac. Let's see. Then, after all of that, they also had a race in the Star Road, where the peoples of the Star Road had images of their heroes displayed in the sky forever. That's a thing that's happened, I guess.
Yeah, that's a normal thing normal people do.
So there's just kind of permanent images of Mario and Luigi and Bowser also, because he was a hero in that one. He helped.
They probably do like pictographic displays of history only with stars.
Yeah. So after the race there... okay. After the race there... the Mushroom Kingdom had a diplomatic summit. I don't think there was any particular reason for it. Possibly just an additional party to show off the new castle. Because, this has got to show it off to the international community around the Mushroom World. So, there was this diplomatic summit, and all sorts of peoples were there. All the Yoshis, and even Donkey Kong Jr. was there as an emissary from the Kong Isles. There were so many Toads, just so many Toads, presumably from the other mushroom-related kingdoms of the Mushroom World.
And the castle got set on fire.
Yeah, the castle got attacked by bombs, and there was fire. And Mario and Luigi tried to save everybody from the fire, and I guess they saved people from the fire, but not the castle. The castle burned down. So then the princess demanded that Mario help her collect new funds for rebuilding the castle again, because she kind of drained the treasury to build the castle initially.
And the rest of the money got embezzled, so...
Yeah, so they were in need of new funding, and so, they stole it from a giant octopus, which had a giant treasure hoard under the sea. Because, I mean, octopi are the dragons of the Mushroom Kingdom, I guess. Then when they got back to the castle ruins, Bowser was there, and I guess he wanted to get whatever was underneath the castle, because there was some weird stuff underneath the castle.
Yeah.
And Bowser wanted to get at it, I guess, and so he was torching the remainder of the ruins, and Mario tried to stop him, but didn't.
There was an oil panic.
Yep. But then they had to get even more money. So the princess had the idea that, races have been pretty popular around. Financially, they're a pretty good source of funding. It's a good fundraiser to have races, but she couldn't, like, offer a trophy prize or anything, because they don't have the money for that. So she decided to, you know, offer the winner of the race a kiss. And it was, like, the whole thing, just race for prestige and a kiss. And this time it would be dirt bike races, because why the fuck not?
Boon Boon Mario Battle Excite Bike Races.
That is some Fountain Thunder. Very loud.
Because Excite Bike is very exciting and portentous.
So they did the bike races, and then they were rebuilding the castle, and they had to do some more fundraising. They had like a some kind of
Skydiving?
yeah, skydiving tourist attraction thing.
They did some parachuting?
Yeah, had people parachute out into a lake, but it turns out the lake was infested with giant Cheep Cheeps, so Mario had to rush down there and rescue people as they were falling in before the Cheep Cheep could eat them, and it wound up not actually making them that much money because the people got injured too much, because Mario is not perfect at catching people from the sky forever.
Also, things falling from the sky forever is what helped to helmet? What was
So
helmet?
after that, they needed more money still. They're still in need of money. So the princess just sent Mario out to collect coins. Because there's coins around in the kingdom. Just go and collect them. So Mario goes out to collect coins, and there's things trying to stop him. I guess Bowser's forces are out there, because that's why people don't just go out there and grab coins all over the place, because it's dangerous out there. Bowser's forces are everywhere. And they don't need money. They have infinite money, so they don't need to care. They just want nobody else to have money. So Mario's out, and he's got to go through places and get money. When he gets back with this money, they kind of run into some trouble with Yoshis. The Yoshi mating season had started, and Yoshis are terrifying monsters who will devour anything and everything and reproduce continually while devouring anything and everything. So, a Yoshi trapped Mario, Luigi, and the princess in the kitchen and demanded that they feed it forever. And they fed it for a while until it was either satiated or they screwed up enough and fed it so much burnt food that it just gave up.
Yeah, well, we know that Yoshi's,
We learned that later, that Yoshis, they're invincible, but if you make them sad, they just give up.
Right, we learned that from Yoshi's story, that you need to make them unhappy.
Yes, when a Yoshi runs out of smiles, it will stop. It will stop terrorizing everything.
But the Yoshi mating season wasn't over with just the run-in in the kitchen, because...
Yeah, there was... I mean, we don't really particularly care too much about the fact that there was also a Yoshi guarding its eggs with hammers. That's just a thing that happens. That's not really important.
Ball?
Then Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, the modern Donkey Kong, for whatever reason, decided to just capture the princess. Because I guess he just really wanted to capture a princess. I don't know. Donkey Kong doesn't really know what he's doing. He doesn't really run the family well. So, I do not know what the path through this is. Yeah, he just captured the princess, and Mario had to beat him up and save her. So, that was a thing that they had to deal with.
That was a real thing that happened.
Let's see, then, there were some more bike races, but this time the princess decided to join the races instead, and just quietly decided to stop offering the kiss to the winner. So...
Wario kind of took off at that point.
Yeah, Wario was in the race, but then he realized, you know, there's no money in this. There's no sense in continuing this race. So he stopped. He took off in the middle of the race. Multiple times, in fact. To go make himself some more money. let's see. More stuff happening with the Kongs. Diddy Kong went to a really fucking weird place and fought a pig. That's not important. Then Mario went back to Earth for a bit, and he decided, you know, he's still trying to make some money. He wanted to cash in a bit on some celebrity. He got an interview about his adventures in the Mushroom Kingdom. So he gave this radio interview detailing all his adventures, and I think there was like a, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, there was gave an interview about his things in the Mushroom Kingdom. So he had this whole radio show that was all about him, and so then that's kind of when the people of Earth learned about the Mushroom Kingdom. And the people of Earth include Form and Spike.
Yes.
So Form and Spike, hearing this interview, realized that's where Mario went. That's why I could never find him all these years while I've been trying to track him down and get my revenge. So he goes off to the Mushroom Kingdom while Mario's still busy with his interview show. And goes and finds Bowser and convinces him to enact this weird plan. It's like, you know, if you build secret hideouts all over the place, you'll have secret hideouts all over the place. You know, you should build. You should build stuff. Building stuff is a good idea. And
I should know, I'm a builder.
yeah, and so he convinced Bowser to build things in places that would be inconvenient for Mario. Bowser was just on board for building things. You know, it's a good opportunity to build affordable housing for his people. Bowser is a good king. So, it's just, you know, just figured, okay, let's build. We can build. Building is good. And so they went and they built, and then when Mario got back, he found that there was a building blocking sunlight to his flowers, and probably some other things that he didn't like, and so he decided to go and destroy all of the buildings.
And then he did.
Wow, that's loud.
Also, there was like a ghost and...
Yeah, there was a creepy ghost. There was a fucking...
Onigiri?
There was a fucking Dogu from space? It was weird.
Yeah.
But Mario destroyed all of the buildings, and then he was happy.
And then he got into photography.
Yeah, he got on a lot of photography. I guess he wanted to photograph his horrible achievements for posterity. So, like, remember that time that I destroyed all these buildings? That was a good time. Then he threw a party.
Yeah. A Mario party.
And he invited everybody that he cared about. Even Wario and Donkey Kong, who were, I guess, friendly enough with, even though Donkey Kong had recently captured the princess. But Wario's alright. Wario hasn't been causing problems lately, so just get Wario. Wario was just on the tail end of another adventure himself. That
Yeah.
He thwarted the pirates' revenge on him. They stole his castle, but then he took it back and stole all of his treasure back, and also all of their treasure. And so that was good. Wario was feeling good from all of that. So they have this party, and everyone starts arguing, because somehow in the conversation, the idea of who is the greatest superstar comes up. And they're having this weird conversation. Everyone's arguing that they would be the superstar, whatever that ends up meaning. So Toad is there, and he's just like... he's kind of getting sick of this shit. So he throws an idea out there, saying, you know what, everyone? Wait, let's go around and prove who is this superstar. Let's go around the kingdom and go and solve problems with our power stars. We've got all these power stars. They're no good for kingdom defense, apparently. So let's use them to help people. And then whoever is the best at that, at helping people, they're the superstar. That's what being a superstar is about, right? It's helping people.
And finding ancient Kong treasures, too.
Yeah, and he kind of convinced everyone to like, he gamified it a bit. And part of the game ended up being giving Toad lots of money. And he kind of made serious bank off of that.
Probably part of the castle funding scheme that they had.
Maybe. But, he solicited everyone for ideas on, where should we go to help people with the power stars, and what should we do? And, as it turns out, everyone's a selfish prick and did something completely self-centered with these celestial magics.
Like, make a giant cake, or...
Like, not make a giant cake. The princess had already made the giant cake. She used the magic to decorate for her birthday party around the giant cake that she had already baked. The princess is bad! She's a bad ruler. Let's see. Mario just had a rainbow painted across a castle that he found in the sky, and I guess claimed as his own. So that was his thing. Wario, I mean, you can't really fault Wario for using it selfishly, but it also wound up being the least selfish, despite his selfishness, because he stopped a war between Bob-ombs.
He might have started the war.
It's entirely possible that he started the war. He was most likely profiteering off of the war by selling weapons to both sides, and he was just stopping the war so that they could rebuild their economy so that they would be able to afford more weapons. But, he still stopped this war. That was what he did with celestial magic. Nobody else. No, Yoshi. Yoshi was also somewhat selfless.
Helped
Yoshi
two people.
Helped Yoshis. Yoshi helped other Yoshis. Two other Yoshis.
Yeah. Which is more than anyone
It's better
else.
than fucking anyone else did. Donkey Kong used it to find treasure. Just his own fucking treasures. Luigi used it to start up a mysterious engine.
Which turned out to be the engine of an airship?
Yeah, so now Luigi has an airship, I guess.
Yeah, that'll never come up.
Let's see. In another universe around this time, some god creature was animating his dolls of Mario and other characters and
It
making
really
them
didn't
fight.
have anything to do with Mario.
That's nothing to do with Mario. But then there was some more weird things happening. The Yoshi mating season, I don't know if this might have just been like a Yoshi that was late in mating showed up and demanded food, but this time it wasn't just food, it was cookies. This Yoshi shows up and demands cookies. Maybe this wasn't even, like, related to the mating season. Maybe this was just, like, a Yoshi bandit demanding, money, because the Yoshis use cookies as currency.
It's true.
But, also they use cookies as food, because they are the most delicious thing to a Yoshi. So, he comes by and traps Mario and forces Mario to bake cookies, because they know Mario is the source of the cookies.
Yeah, Mario is the source of Yoshi's cookie.
Yeah, so Mario was forced to bake, and he got out of it eventually by dropping bombs along the track, and eventually the Yoshi became sad inside from eating too many bombs, and gave up, and died. Probably.
We hope!
Then... So, after the party, the princess realized what Toad was doing. The princess realized that Toad was grifting money off of all of them, and making money off of this whole thing.
Superstar thing.
Yeah, and she was not happy about that, especially because, the kingdom got attacked, Bowser attacked the bank, and Toad is presumably supposed to stop shit like that from happening. Maybe if they weren't all off on this adventure that he suggested, things wouldn't have gotten attacked like that. So, Toad had to be punished. And Toad's punishment was cruel and unusual. Toad was forced into this weird blood sport. So, we know the princess's birthday was roughly around that time. She had made herself a giant cake for it, and she needed presents. She needed to be lavished with gifts for her birthday, because she's the princess, goddammit. So, she's demanding that Toad buy, with all of that money that he made, gifts for the princess. And that would be how he would make it up, but he can't just buy the gifts and bring them. No, he's got to deliver them across from one tall tower to another, across a bridge of Goonies.
A turtle bridge of Goonies.
A bird bridge. And Goonies are not a good bridge.
No.
I mean, okay, they're actually a halfway decent bridge. But not when you have an incensed, bloodthirsty crowd throwing balloons to taunt the Goonies into stopping to be a bridge. So, Toad did his best, but he fell and is presumably badly injured at this point. Because that's the most recent thing that's happened.
I was going to say, he fell and died. There's no more Toad.
Now, Toad's still around. We know he exists still in the future. Presumably, unless he was replaced with a different Toad who was granted the name Toad, but I'm pretty sure he survived and is just badly injured.
Well, following Toad's trial...
That's it. That was the last game that we played.
Oh, I thought there were more...
Oh, right, no, yeah, there were a few other things in that. Right. Yeah, following Toad's trial, Mario was gonna head off home, but I guess Luigi was there watching the trial as well. They ran across Wario, who was begging for help, because Bowser was attacking. He was attacking his perfectly legitimate food factory delivery business. And you gotta help and stop Bowser so the people of the Mushroom Kingdom can have food. And so, basically, he convinces them to work his factory for free.
His... basically a bottling plant.
Yeah, it was a cake factory.
Mm.
So, that was something that I found later, that those were, in fact, supposed to be cakes that they were making in the factory.
Almost killed you.
Yeah, this is Lost Levels. It'll Kaizo. Nintendo did Kaizo before Kaizo. So yeah, Wario basically used Bowser's attack to get free labor out of the Mario Brothers. Bowser was just attacking because he was angry after the party. You know, he was not invited to the party, so he was just throwing kind of a tantrum and screwing with everyone as they were doing their adventures across all of the places. And then he stole all of the stars from the Mushroom Bank and brought them into space and took over a giant power star, but then everyone beat him up and threw him into space. And so then he was very unhappy about that. So he got back and decided to wreck the first thing that he saw in the Mushroom Kingdom, which happens to be Wario's cake factory. I think Wario threw that up real quick, during the trial, because he noticed a lack, he noticed a market for concessions. So he threw together this factory real quick, and so that was the first thing that Bowser saw when he got back from space, and was wrecking it, and Wario just kind of used this for his own profit, because Wario's good at making profits. Eventually Bowser wrecked enough cakes that he decided to go home. He was satisfied. And at that point, the Mario Brothers also went home, because, I mean, Bowser's no longer there, so... Wario, finished that business. Maybe he actually set it up as a legit factory after that. Maybe he just tore it down. I don't know. He ended up with a whole lot of cakes that he could have frozen and sell forever.
Or maybe eat and become very large.
Yeah, maybe he was making himself a bunch of cakes. Who knows?
He's an imp. Some kind of dreamland imp.
Then, Mario, afterwards, went off to the Kong Islands, because, Junior, you know, we mentioned earlier, Junior had his, training course that he'd set up.
Right.
For, you know, following the, his rescue of his father from Mario. And so they had additional training courses set up, and they had to update the training courses over time, because at this point, you know, Mario isn't a threat to the Kong Isles anymore, but Bowser kind of could be. Bowser's the most likely potential threat to the Kong Isles, especially given that they've already, you know, slaughtered all of the Kremlings. They kind of destroyed the entire Kremling ecosphere.
Well, the entire northern Kremisphere.
Just so they don't have to worry about the Kremlin so much anymore. So they're preparing for a potential assault from Bowser's forces. So they have that. And I mean, Mario is the foremost expert on fighting Bowser's forces at this point in time, at least as far as they know. So they get Mario to come by and help out with planning their training exercise. And so that is the last thing that happened. Now we're all caught up with the story of Mario.
So what's all this happening then?
This is not new events. This is just a retelling of the previous events. It's a remake of Super Mario Brothers.
And all of those things before weren't!
Well, no! There were other games besides Super Mario Brothers.
So, what about the red coins here and there? Is that...
That might be just like, I don't know, maybe Mario got a kick out of setting up the training challenge with Junior and decided to have his own training course. So maybe he's got, like, all of this stuff set up across the Mushroom Kingdom to, like, train for needing to protect the Mushroom Kingdom from Bowser's forces in case they invade again. So maybe that's what all of this is. It's Mario's training exercise. But it's probably not. It's just a retelling of those events. Not every game is its own story. But, there is some story-relevant things that this game has to tell us.
Oh.
Specifically, if you would care to grab the manual that I have sitting on the table there.
Sure.
It's got, the story up in the first page, it's just the story of Super Mario Brothers, the original story of that game, which, as we said before, was that Bowser invaded the Mushroom Kingdom and turned all of the peoples into rocks and bricks and trees and stuff, and then only the princess could break the spell, and Mario came and saved the princess. The important thing that the manual here has to tell us, it's, I believe in the second paragraph, it mentions that only the daughter of the Mushroom King could break the spell. This is the first mention we have ever seen of the Mushroom King. And this has some implications, I think.
That Princess Toadstool was born?
That Princess Toadstool was not the ruler of the Mushroom Kingdom at the time. Her father, the king, was. That's why it wasn't the princess could break the spell, it's the daughter of the king could break the spell. I think the Mushroom King was killed in this war, this invasion. And the princess only ascended to power after Mario rescued her. That's why she's such a terrible ruler. That's why she's so bad with finances and why she's so vain and greedy with the kingdom's money, willing to spend it all on her own benefit. Because she's not a ruler. She was never meant to be a ruler. She just, she's kind of a spoiled brat who wound up in a ruler's position because her father died. Unexpectedly, in a war, in an invasion. So,
An invasion where everyone turned into bricks and mushrooms.
Not everyone, you see. Because there's another thing in the manual here that is, interesting to note. There is, in the manual, there are entries for all of the different enemies in the game.
Yes.
And it mentions for Goombas that they are mushroom people who betrayed the Mushroom Kingdom.
Okay.
So, I think maybe Goombas used to be, like, second-class citizens in the Mushroom Kingdom? And so when Bowser invaded, like, they rose up and helped him. Because he offered them, you know, proper social status within society. And, like, gave it to them. Bowser's actually a good ruler. He just hates the Mushroom Kingdom.
And is trying to remove all their sources of power, be it money or literal power stars.
Yep. That is everything that I've got story-wise, though. So, that'll be probably it for this. You know, the rest of this video that you see after I edit it is just going to be fast-forwarding through the rest of, Lost Levels. And then we'll get to I'll do off-camera challenge mode without live commentary, and we'll have that. And then there is there are those Luigi and Boo icons. I remember what the Boo icon is. I don't actually remember what the Luigi icon is. But, we'll find... No, wait, this was the Luigi icon, right.
Yes.
It was the Lost Levels, this thing that I'm playing right here. Come on. Damn it. Right, there's another block. Okay. So, yeah, there's the Boo icon. That is another game mode that I'll show. But, otherwise, it's just gonna be kind of cleaning up the rest of the unlocks in this game.
Okay.
So, thanks for joining. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, tell your friends, and
Tell your friends the story of Mario.
Yes, tell your friends about all of the things you have heard today. The 100% true and undisputable story of Mario. The things that they don't want you to know. The complete, real history. Tell them! Tell them all!
Goodbye.
And then I did all of the rest of the Lost Levels, and here it is. Although I should actually specify, this isn't technically the Lost Levels. Because they changed a lot of things in here to make it easier. They removed the wind mechanic. A lot of the jumps are, like, the jumps that you had to do, the absolute maximum possible running jump. A lot of those were made shorter. There were just a lot of things. Any jumps that required Koopa hopping to get through things, because they used the original game's Koopa hop mechanics. The actual Lost Levels had weird Koopa hop mechanics where you could propel very high off of Koopa hop. So they had to change things to remove the need for that, because they didn't want to use multiple different engines. Luigi, as with other modes, does not play differently in It's Super Mario Bros. For super players. It's based off of the Lost Levels, but the actual Lost Levels are a hell of a lot harder. Yeah, Lost Levels was where I had the most trouble with the screen scrolling.
Yeah,
and, like, the limited screen. Because there are... Like, that's part of the reason, I think, why they shortened a lot of jumps, was because if they had the jumps, the original, even with the changes they made, there's a lot of blind jumps, because of the limits of the screen. Overall, though, it was still, even with the screen limitation, it was easier than the original Lost Levels. So, like, it still took me quite a while, but I was actually... After the live commentary session, I think it was actually only another hour that it took me to get through the rest. So... Yeah, original Lost levels took me like 3 or 4 hours to get through. Sidebar, I'll correct that. But, yeah, it was not that bad. And you are a super player. Congratulations. It's the same thing that they say at the end of the second quest.
Thanks, Luigi.
Yes. And then you get this. You get this nifty remix of the Starman theme with the credits roll. And seeing this made me realize I'm pretty sure I never cleared this as a kid. I have no memory whatsoever of this remix. And this sounds pretty cool to me, so. This is, yeah, this is what you get, and that's the credits roll of this game, so beating Super Mario Brothers for super players is the official, here, you've done it. You've beat the game.
Well,
so,
what's next?
Well, there's still the other game modes, the versus modes to go through, and then there'll be clean up, watching, seeing the rest of the album. And then, as I briefly mentioned during our challenge stuff, I've got one more video at the end that is... It's a special, another experiment video. Instead of all the tedium this time, it's all the deaths.
Ah.
Every single death that I incurred in trying to 100% clear this game will be in a video. That'll be in a couple of days, though, because again, we've still got the versus modes to go through. So, we will see those in a bit. Also, before that, there's a little bit more here to see. There's another award ceremony, because you get an award for clearing Super Mario Brothers for super players.
Just the Luigi Award?
It's the Yoshi Award. Luigi doesn't get an award.
No one likes Luigi. That's a shame.
King of Second Bananas. Anyway, yeah, that's it for faux lost levels. Alright, so let's just real quick check out this Boo mode.
Boo mode!
You versus Boo!
Oh, is this just like a Ghost time trial?
It's sort of. It is a race. It is a time trial race versus a Boo, but the stages are a little different. It has these weird blocks. These face blocks. You hit them and they toggle. They're basically like switch blocks from Super Mario World. And sometimes the Boo will hit them. This is also how the versus mode works. It's got these blocks that you can hit that will switch the blocks on your opponent's side as well. And generally, the happy face is better for you, and the angry face is better for your opponent and worse for you. So that's that. And these are all unique stages, also. It's the same stages as in versus mode, but they are stages unique. They are not just like this is 1-1, etc.
Mario wins.
Mario wins. There is also another thing in this that first you can press select to change what power-up status you start with. And let me just try real quick to see if I can get, if you beat the Boo with a good enough time, then something will happen. That's it. Stupid. Shortcut you can take small. Alright, I don't know if I got that, but, yeah, there you go. Now it's a green Boo.
Okay.
There's different colors of Boos that show up based on, if you get a good enough time. Eventually it'll become a black Boo, and the black Boo is literally just the, it's going to be your best time racing against it. So, there's not anything special that unlocks if you get all of the Boos at the black Boo level or anything. It's just kind of another challenge to do. I'll go through and I'll show off each of the levels at least once just to show them off, but otherwise that's pretty much everything in the game. So we'll have just kind of one more session of showing off the rest of the album once I finish unlocking everything, and then that'll be it for Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. And here we are back with post-commentary again. So this is just a quick run-through to show all of the U versus Boo stages. First and foremost, I did want to show off all of the different colors of Boo. So, you know, you see there's the white going into green. You can run along the top of the beginning of the stage 1 there to save a lot of time. Green advances into red. And this one took me a number of tries to get down to properly beat the red Boo. But, you get a good enough time with that, and you get the black Boo. The black is the toughest color of Boo. And, as I said during the live commentary session, the Boo always goes at your best time. So it's not like like each of the different colors is just kind of a threshold. You know, if your best time beats a certain amount, then the Boo will be green. If your best time beats a higher amount, a better amount, it'll be red. And if your best time is ridiculous, you get the black Boo. I did not bother unlocking the black Boo for all of them.
Yeah.
There's not... It's just like a little visual award indicator of how your best time was.
There's no, like, award associated with
No,
it.
there's no award, no album thing, and I remember trying to do this as a kid, and it was a hell of a pain in the ass. And it's like, they're just not fun overall, because especially you've got the weird toggling block things that like the Boo will throw in your way every so often, so that's just kind of... In this stage, the blocks are also on a timer. You can hit the blocks manually to switch them yourself, but they also operate on a timer. So, like, they did some interesting things with these stages, definitely. And, all of the stages that you see here are the same stages that you get when you play actual versus mode, like with the link cable and another person. So, like, in those instances, which we'll see later, the toggling blocks are always the opposite for the two players. Also, just to show here, you can go straight from the white boo to the red boo. So, you know, again, it's just, it's a threshold of time determines the color of boo, whatever your best time was.
Spike balls.
Yeah, here, the blocks toggle with spikes sometimes. There's like actually places where you can take damage and die, like say fall in lava. If you fall in lava, you just lose the race immediately, of course. And I'll show that off at the end after we've seen all of the actual stages. There's a Bowser. There's just a Bowser.
Just a Bowser.
You gotta actually avoid Bowser to win the race. Yeah, you can see in this underwater stage, the blocks toggle with spikes. So, like, it's always an obstacle, but it's just a matter of whether it's a painful obstacle.
You can't have a flag underwater! What is this game doing?
And you can see there that even though I beat the boo, it was still the white boo. So, you know, I did not beat the time threshold to get the green boo in that stage there.
Final stage.
This has a lot of spikes.
Are those little tiny pits of lava?
Yes. Just a bunch of single tile lava gap pits. And there's some spots where it just kind of has them in walls as like a visual indicator of this is what the current state of the spikes is, so that you know what's coming up. Because it's always there's never like some of them are spikes and some of them are blocks. It's always all or nothing.
Nice slide.
So that's all of the You versus Boo stages. And as I mentioned, if you die, you just lose. And this is what it looks like to lose the race.
Aww.
Mario's sad. And this is what the actual versus mode is. So here I've got actually 2 screens from the 2 linked Game Boys shown that I managed to get set up with the emulators. So you'll actually get to see what it looks like for both players. You can toggle your power-up state that you start in by hitting select in the versus mode. This also works in U versus Boo. And you may have noticed there, something kind of nifty is the opponent player, you see them on your screen in the background, behind the background elements. And you can see here, yeah, when you toggle the blocks, it is always, they're on for one player and off for the other. And yeah, you can see there on Luigi's screen, Mario just kind of walked behind the wall there. So that's I kind of liked the way that they set this up and made it look. I was having some trouble here because for whatever reason I was not able to get the emulator setup that I had going. I couldn't get it to not recognize the controller input on both emulators at the same time. I'd also just like to point out, I hadn't mentioned this before, but up at the top of the screen, when you get ahead of your opponent or behind them, you'll see like an icon for them along the top, showing like how far ahead or behind you are. And if the opponent dies, they get a little halo. But yeah, as I said, all of the versus stages are the same as the U versus Boo. And here's what it looks like when Luigi loses. He's
no.
all sad. Had a bit of a display. And here's what it looks like when one of them dies and when Mario loses. And Luigi wins, and Luigi's happy. In this, unlike U versus Boo mode, you can actually get a draw if both of you die at the same time, or if you run out of time, because there's the time limit as normal. If that happens, it compares coins, and whoever has the most coins wins. And if you have the same number of coins, it's a flat draw, and they're both just kind of exhausted. And that's all for versus mode. Then all we've got left is cleaning up and showing off the rest of the album.
Okay.
So at this point, the only things that I had left to get in the album were the IR sensor trading scores and burning all of the Bowsers.
Burn the Bowsers.
So let's just go through burned all the Bowsers. That actually took a little bit, especially in World 7. Because World 7 has exactly 3 power-ups, and 2 of them are in 7-1. So you have to get through the entirety of World 7, pretty much, without taking any damage. And that was a huge pain in the ass. Like, for all of these, you have to start before the actual, like, Bowser's Castle, so you can bring the fire, or at least a power-up coming in. Because some of the Bowser's Castles have a power-up, but some of them don't have any. None of them have 2, so... Bad hammer, bro. And anyway, we can see the rest of the album, all the things that we've unlocked. We got the Toad Award, I was forgetting the high score bar filled, exceeded the challenge score. Peach Award, this is for getting all of the challenge medals. The Yoshi Award for clearing Super Mario for super players. They call it the extra courses.
It's because they ran out of space.
Yeah. This is for doing a versus game with the link cable. You've got for getting all of the red coin medals. They've got individual picture unlocks for each of the 3 medal types. And there's the high score one. The score medals. Just Mario given a V. And all of the Yoshi eggs. Wow.
Wow.
And we already saw all the enemies, and here's it. The Bowsers kind of unlock in sections. It's the 1/4 for each of the Bowsers, as we saw before. Blazed the first 4 Bowsers. You get to see Bowser. And for the second 4 Bowsers, Luigi has no head. Now he's got a head. It's Mario and Luigi shaking hands. They're good brother friends.
Yeah, that's it.
And then there was the last picture for trading scores. I was sad about this because I could not actually get the emulator that has the... There's one emulator that has the IR functionality, and I couldn't get it to work. The Windows release of it doesn't have the network stuff enabled, so I would have to build it myself from the source code, and that I tried for a full day, and I couldn't get it to work. So in the end, I had to put in the code that I found that I had written as a kid in the back of the manual for unlocking all of the pictures in the album.
Yay!
But I unlocked all the other things legit. It was just this one multiplayer connective thing that I was not able to get. But that's it. That's all for Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. So, come back tomorrow if you're a fan of death montages for an 11-minute death montage. And after that, we're going to be moving on to Mario Golf.
Oh boy.
On the N64. So, see you then, folks. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, tell your friends, and then come back. Please come back.